Is that you where it says Z connection? Okay.
Hey, James,
Yes.
I have Guerrero. Kevin Guerrero. He's in federal. He's been sentenced to 10 years in federal up in South Dakota. The district attorney on the felony side dismissed that case.
All right, good morning. We're in County Court at Law 2. This is our felony status docket. What can I hear in the background?
Mr. Hernandez, can you turn your audio off, please?
It's not me.
All right, Kim, let's let Mr. Archibald's clients in, please. At least a couple of them. We'll do a couple at a time, and then as one leaves, let another one in.
And Gregorio are in.
I didn't catch that.
Andrew Gonzalez and Gregorio Martinez are in for Archibald.
Okay. All right. This is cause number on page 2 of the docket, 23-CR-91511-B State versus Gregorio Gutierrez. Good morning, Mr. Sells and Mr. Archibald.
Morning, Judge.
All right, what information do we have on Mr. Gutierrez?
Your Honor, our information as of yesterday is that the felony has not been indicted. And so we're still waiting on that to occur. Would suggest that we maybe give this like another 3 months, maybe like August.
I have August 16th.
That'll work.
Okay. Mr. Gutierrez, thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next felony status will be August 16th at 8:30. Please stay in contact with Mr. Archibald. Can you give me a thumbs up to let me know you understood? He's not hearing me. Mr. Gutierrez, can you hear me? All right. And it looks like Mr. Gonzalez is still connecting. This is cause number 23-CR-93082-B at the bottom of page 2, State versus Andrew Gonzalez.
Yes, Your Honor. And as of yesterday, still has not been indicted. And so we're kind of waiting, same status as before. We can have that August date again. I think that would work.
All right. We're setting this for felony status on August 16th at 8:30. Monica Ponce is on page 1 of the docket, 22-CR-89818 and 89819, State versus Monica Ponce.
Yes, Your Honor. And in this case, the felony has been indicted. We have an announcement date on the 1st of July and currently set for jury trial on the 8th of July. But this might be one of those cases that we might be able to get some sort of global resolution on. So maybe if we can set this for some sort of status in that July range there, that would work, and we can maybe get this thing resolved out.
Okay, so you want another Zoom status or you want an in-person?
A Zoom status, Judge. But if I can work out a deal and she has to be in on the 1st anyways, maybe I'll try to set up a time for her to come in around that same date. So,
Okay, I do have July 26th.
Okay.
For felony status, if you wanted an in-person, I have July 12th for a pretrial or August 8th.
let's stick with that July 26th
26th.
date,
Okay.
and then because I'm not sure what will exactly happen with that felony matter at this point. But I will, if I need a court date sooner than that or something like that, I'll let the court know.
All right, so on Ms. Ponce, felony status on July 26th. That's the docket, but we do understand that her felony has been indicted. So after that one, we'll see as far as any type of resolution. If you haven't worked anything out by then.
Okay.
All right.
We have Mark Moore.
I'm sorry, Kim, I cannot hear you.
We have Mark Moore for Mr. Archibald.
All right, page 1 of the docket, Mark Moore, 23-CR-92757-B.
And Your Honor, this is same status, has not been indicted as of yesterday. And so we'd be requesting that August date on this one.
All right, next felony status is August 16th at 9 o'clock. I mean, excuse me, 8:30.
30, perfect.
Kim, you wrote 9 o'clock on my note, so that's what I'm saying. 8:30. All right, Mr. Moore, thank you for your appearance this morning. Please stay in contact with Mr. Archibald. Your next court setting will be just like this one on August 16th. You're free to
Yes,
log
ma'am.
off.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Patrick Gonzalez. Page 2 of the docket, 22-CR-90442 and 90443, State versus Patrick Gonzalez.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to reach out to the state on this one, but we have gotten lab results back, which is what we were waiting on. But they're kind of weird because they were sent to the Austin lab to determine whether there were any drugs in the system. And the lab results came back now almost two years later stating, oh, we're going to send them out to somewhere else for further testing. So we're not really down with that, but we would ask that this be set for maybe a pre-trial. We can figure this out.
Yeah, I think so. Let's do an in-person. I have June 17th at both 9 and 1:30. Then I have July 1st, July 12th. Those are at 9 o'clock, and August 8th.
Let's do in person, maybe July 1st, Judge.
All right. Then on Mr. Patrick Gonzalez, we're going to set that for pretrial on July 1st at 9 o'clock.
As Mr. Archibald said, there's still pending confirmation from NMS for a substance. I don't know if the preliminary report's enough for Mr. Archibald to feel comfortable in working with the case, but we can try.
Okay,
I'll reach out to you about it. At this point, he's been sitting here for 2 years waiting on lab reports. It's kind of ridiculous that it's taken this long, so.
all right, we'll set it in person and then after that July 1st date, we'll see what kind of setting, if any, is needed.
Yeah.
Okay. Zachary. Zachary, on page 1, Zachary Bertram, 23-CR-92121-B, State versus Zachary Bertram.
Yes, Your Honor, and in this case, as of yesterday, he has a misdemeanor here in Nueces County, but he also has a felony out of San Patricio County, and the felony is still pending indictment at this point, Judge. So I ask for that, maybe that August court date.
All right, felony status, August 16th at 8:30.
Antonio Botello.
All right, Mr. Botello is on page 2 of the docket. 24-CR-93235-B, State versus Antonio Botello.
Yes, Your Honor, and again, same status as of yesterday, the felony has not been indicted, so we request that August court date.
August 16th at 8:30. Mr. Botello, thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next court date will be just like this one by Zoom on August 16th at 8:30. Please stay in contact with Mr. Archibald. You're free to log off. Have a nice weekend. All right,
Judge,
Mr. Archibald.
I have Mr. Stolley and Mr. Manning in the courtroom.
All right, Mr. Archibald, I think that concludes all of your cases, and 100% of your people were here today.
Hey,
Good.
it's getting better. Thanks, Judge. Have a
Thank
good
you.
weekend.
Thank you. You as well. All right. Let's see. Mr. Stolley, what page is Mr. Stolley on?
He starts on page 5. On the bottom of page 5.
All right, Justin McClure, 23-CR-92052-B.
Can you hear me, Your Honor?
I can.
Okay, Judge, this one somehow got on the felony status, but in checking, there's no felony, and it's, I just would ask for it to be set for trial dates.
You weren't waiting for labs or anything like that?
No, maybe. Let me double check. Yes, Your Honor, I apologize. We are waiting on a lab on a blood test.
Okay, so you want another status setting then?
Unless the state has something to update regarding status of the.
All right, it looks like Mr. Sells is checking.
Right, I don't see anything.
Okay. Mr. Stolley, I have August 16th.
Okay,
All right, so we'll set it for an additional status. It's going to say felony status, but it's really status of the labs on August 16th at 8:30. (23-CR-92229-B) State versus Miranda Rodriguez. She also has 92228-B.
Your Honor, I called the district attorney's office this morning and spoke with Miss May, and that felony still is pre-file pending, and there is no pending indictment.
Okay. Then we'll set it for August, set them for August 16th at 8:30 felony status. Are your clients with you, Mr. Stolley?
I have one, but I've also forwarded email. I see Miss Miranda on the gallery panel.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll get. I don't see her. Oh,
She's,
she's in the courtroom.
no, Your Honor, I see
I
her
don't
like
see her
in a
name.
room with a light behind her. She got like
Oh,
brown
okay,
hair.
so she is in the, excuse me, virtual courtroom. Okay. Ms. Rodriguez, your next court setting is August 16th. It will be by Zoom, just as this one is. Please stay in contact with Mr. Stolly.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You are free to log off. Have a nice weekend.
Mr. Christopher Gonzino's in the courtroom.
All
I'm sorry,
right. Thank you. Also on page 6, 22-CR-89898, State versus Christopher Cancino.
Your Honor, same announcement. I called the district attorney's office this morning, still pre-filed, no indictment on the related felonies.
All right, then August 16th at 8:30 for felony status. Mr. Cancino, your next court date will be just as this one on August 16th at 8:30. Please stay in contact with Mr. Stolly.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You are free to log off. Have a nice weekend.
You too. Thank you.
We have David O'Brien.
All right, page 7 of the docket. 22-CR-90592, State versus David O'Brien. Looks like
Same
they
announcement, Your
kind
Honor,
of- Okay,
pre-filed.
and my docket sheet shows an active warrant. Mark, I don't know if he failed to appear previously.
Let me,
He's here today, so if it's out of my court, I can do an order recalling.
I do have on the November 9th of 2023, there was a notation that he no-showed to the felony status, and I believe that might be the problem.
Okay, then we'll get an order recalling signed today then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. So same announcement on him. You want that August 16th date, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, felony status, August 16th at 8:30. Mr. O'Brien, your next court date will be just as this one today on August 16th at 8:30. Please be sure and stay in touch with Mr. Stolly. Valenzuela, Arcadio, Valenzuela, 22-CR-90924, State versus Arcadio Valenzuela III.
Same announcement, Your Honor. I called the district attorney's office with the related felony possession controlled substance PG2 less than 1 gram, and it's pre-filed, no indictment.
Okay. All right, felony status, August 16th at 8:30. Mr. Valenzuela. There you are. Good morning, sir. Your next court date will be just as this one on August 16th at 8:30. Please be sure and stay in contact with Mr. Stolly. You are free to log off this morning. Have a nice weekend. Emma, is it Smarson?
Yes, Your Honor.
22-CR-90952, State versus Emma Smarson at the bottom of page 7.
Your Honor, same announcements, pre-file, no indictment on a UUMV.
Been a year and a half on a UUMB.
Yeah, and it has to do with, I think a grandmother is alleged victim, so they may have patched
Okay.
things up in that time.
Okay, well, we'll just keep trekking along then. Felony status, August 16th at 8:30.
May she be
Miss-
excused.
Yes, she may. Ms. Myerson, thank you for your appearance this morning. You're free to log off. Your next court date's August 16th. It will be by Zoom as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, have a good weekend. All right, Mr. Stahl, I'm gonna go back to where page 6.
I have a Riley Gomez, Your Honor, and I believe I have a Raymond Villarreal. And that'll be-
Yes, Raymond Villarreal on page 6, 23-CR-92596-B and 22-CR-90368, State versus Raymond Villarreal.
Judge, he has the next one also on page 7.
Okay, thank you.
He's present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Good, 22-CR-90369. All right, Mr. Villarreal is in the courtroom. What's your announcement, Mr. Stolly?
Same announcement as the others. DA says status is pre-file with no indictment.
What is the charge on the felony?
All family violence.
Okay. All right, then we'll set this for an additional status on August 16th at 8:30. Mark, if you'll send Mr. Villarreal up to the clerk's office, he can sign his setting notice.
Okay.
That way we don't have to mail it out.
Do you know what that is?
First floor. First floor, as soon as you come out, turn left and turn left again, all over to the end.
Not the far end, but this right here, on the east side. Okay.
And then Riley Gomez, 22-CR-90833, State versus Riley Gomez.
Judge, he's been indicted. He has an initial appearance there, arraignment upstairs at the beginning of June. I would ask that the matters be set subsequent to that.
Okay, do you want he's being arraigned in June. Do you want to push this to give you time to try to resolve it completely before we start on the misdemeanor?
I think the August date that you've been giving is sufficient. That will give me usually the pretrial, the announcement, and the first jury trial round. So I think
Okay. I have August 8th. I have both 9 and 1:30.
that'll either one, Your Honor.
All right. So on Riley Gomez, we're going to set that for pretrial on August 8th at 9 o'clock.
That'll be in person, Your Honor.
That will be in person. Have you had contact with Mr. Gomez?
I have. I had contact with him. He somehow got my cell phone, so he gets in contact with me when he wants to, 10 o'clock and stuff like that.
Okay.
We talk. We've had good conversations. So
Send him a text or something and tell him to log on before noon.
I will.
Okay.
Thank
Is
you.
that
Your
all?
Honor.
That take care of all yours? Yes.
I believe so.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Derek, did you say you have Mr. Manning?
Yes, Mr. Manning, his top of page 8 on the docket.
All right, 23-CR-91289-B State versus Krista Siller.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
And my client is here present, Your Honor. I apologize. I somehow missed that it was Zoom, but we are here and present, so.
That's okay.
Thank
Glad
you.
you're here. All right, what is your announcement concerning her felony status?
I'd asked that it be set on the August 16th docket, Judge. She has been indicted upstairs. I've spoken to Mr. Hinkle and we've already made we waived our appearance. So her jury trial is set for July 15th. And I anticipate there may be a resolution on that, but I'd ask that this be set after that July date so that we can try to resolve everything at once, if that's okay.
Okay, yes. I'm going to give you then an in-person pretrial setting of August 8th.
Okay.
At 9 o'clock.
Okay.
And
if you and your client will go upstairs to the clerk's office, they'll have your setting notice for you.
Okay, thank you. May we be excused, Judge?
Yes, have a nice weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez.
Yes, Judge.
All right, let me find your case on my docket. Who's your client, sir?
Kevin Guerrero.
Here it is.
Page 3.
Okay, say the name again. I'm sorry.
Guerrero, Jarero.
I have a Kevin Austin Guerrero.
Correct.
Is that it? Okay. 22-CR-89496 and 89497, State versus Kevin Austin Guerrero.
Judge,
Mr.
he's been sentenced March 29th, 2024. He got sentenced in federal court in South Dakota for 120 months. The felony that the San Patricio District Attorney had filed has been dismissed. So the only thing looks like it's pending is the misdemeanor. I'm not sure what the prosecutor wants to do with that misdemeanor that's left over.
I'm sure we'll dismiss that. I just want confirmation about the 10-year sentence. Do you have a copy of the judgment, Alex?
Yes, Hinkle has a copy of it. I can get it to you, James, if you just give me your email address.
GJ Sales at San Patricio County, Texas.gov. And then Judge, I'll dismiss that as soon as I get confirmation.
San Patricio County, it's TX, right?
TX.gov.
Okay.
Okay.
GJ Sales.
Yes,
Okay. I'll get that to him this morning, Judge.
thanks.
Okay. All right. So I'm just gonna put dismissal pending. All right,
Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez, thank you for that. Thank you for your appearance this morning.
Thank you.
Have a nice weekend.
You too.
Thanks. Okay, what else have I got? Mr. Piker?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Who's your client, Mr. Piker?
A. Seth Carter.
Page 8.
Thank you.
He's present on Zoom.
All right, 23-CR-92812-B, State versus A. Seth Carter. Mr. Piker, what's your announcement on Mr. Carter's case?
Judge, I spoke with Nelda in the district attorney's office yesterday at 3:10 p.m. Told me that the case was still pending. So no, it's not been indicted.
Okay, then we are going to set you.
I heard you saying August 16th. I'm kind of in flux on what I'm doing this summer. Do you have anything later in August besides the 16th?
I don't, but I can give you a September date.
That'd be fine. That'd be better. Thank you.
Right, and especially, I mean, this is a relatively new case considering our felony status, and it's so September 27th is my next felony status after the August setting.
Okay, September 27. And just to be upfront, I do have a 4-day civil trial pending sometime in there, but that doesn't mean it'll go or not. But I'll advise the court if something comes up where there's a conflict.
So if you're in trial that day, Mr. Carter, if you'll just file something telling us the status of the felony.
Sure.
And that way we'll know what kind of date to put him on again, if he needs another felony status or
Right.
if he needs an in-person setting.
Okay. And if 9/27, that'll be by Zoom again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next court setting in this court is September 27th at 8:30. The process will be the same. You'll appear by Zoom. Please stay in contact with Mr. Piker.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks. Y'all have a good weekend.
You as well.
You're free to log off, Mr. Carter.
Okay.
All right, Kim, what else have I got? Haley, there you are. Miss Gonzalez,
Hi, Judge.
good morning. How are you?
I'm very good. I have some good updates on my cases. So,
Okay, let's see. Who have you got sitting there with you?
Natalie Urias.
This is on page 5 of the docket. 23-CR-92733-B, State versus Natalie Urias.
Your Honor, in this case, I have a deal with the DA's office. They'll no charge it if she enters a plea on the misdemeanor, which we have a plea bargain agreement. So I'm asking to set this case for a plea.
Okay, I do have June 17th. I have both 9 and 1:30.
Let me look at my calendar real quick. See. I'm sorry, it was June 17th or June 18th?
17th.
Okay, let me see.
If that doesn't work, I have July 1st.
I have a vacation letter starting June 26th. So let me go back to 17th and see what. Do you have anything the week before the 17th?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Let me look at my calendar real quick. No, that's I think that I don't have any criminal that week. I don't know if that's is that the week of Rusty Duncan?
Oh, yes, which I'm attending. It's
Right. So I don't have any criminal that week because I won't have any defense attorney. I
apologize.
May 30th. I can squeeze you in May 30th. Yeah, I can do May 30th at 1:30.
I have court in Travis County and I'm not sure if that's in person. I apologize. What time on the 17th did you say?
I have on the 17th, I have both 9 and 1:30.
I guess, can we do 9?
Yes. All right, so we're gonna set her for a plea on June 17th at 9. All right. We will send out that setting notice.
Thank you, Judge.
Both you and your client. You're welcome.
May she be excused?
She may.
Thank you.
Okay.
Jeremiah Maldonado.
Jeremiah Maldonado. He is.
Page 4.
Thank you.
He's present on Your Honor.
All right, page 4 of the docket. He's got 2 cases. 23-CR-92837-B and 91943-B, State versus Jeremiah Maldonado.
And Your Honor, it's the same announcement. We have a plea agreement, so if you want to set it for the same day, June 17th at 9, if that works for you.
All right, June 17th at 9 for a plea. Mr. Maldonado, let's see, there you are. You are going to be set in person on June 17th at 9 o'clock. That will be in the basement courtroom, the San Patricio County Courthouse in Sinton. Please be sure and stay in contact with Ms. Gonzalez, and we'll see you on that date.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to log off. Thanks for your appearance this morning. Have a nice weekend.
Alexandra Jenkins on page 5.
Alexandra Jenkins, 23-CR-91613-B, State versus Alexandra Jenkins.
Your Honor, on this case, a felony has been indicted. I have tried to make contact with the DA's office to get an offer on that case, so I'm still waiting on that. So she has a setting.
I have her dates on my docket sheet. I see pretrial June 14th, announcement July 1st, jury trial July 8th. I can give you, how does that August 8th date work for a pretrial?
Let me just check my calendar real quick, if you don't mind. That works, Your Honor.
All right. And we'll set this for a pretrial on August 8th at 9 o'clock.
Will that be in person?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Jenkins, your next court date is August 8th at 9 o'clock. That will be in person in the San Patricio County Courthouse. My courtroom is in the basement.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll see you then.
All right, see you.
You're free to log off. Have a good day.
Thank you, you as well.
We have Jesus Garcia.
Jesus Garcia, 23-CR-92156-B. State versus Jesus Garcia, also 23-CR-92157-B.
Your Honor, on this case, the felony has been indicted. I've worked out plea agreements on both cases and he is set for the same day, June 14th. So it's my hope that I think we should be able to plead him out on the felony. So if I can get that August setting as well, and we'll take.
Okay. All right, so we will set him for a pretrial on August 8th at 9. Mr. Garcia,
Good morning.
good morning, sir. Your next court date will be in person at the courthouse in Fenton. My courtroom is in the basement. August 8th at 9 o'clock. Be sure and stay in contact with Ms. Gonzalez.
I will. Thank you, Ms.
All right.
Gonzalez. Thank you to you too. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, sir. You too.
I see.
Danielle Reyna.
Danielle Reyna. Also on page 5, 23-CR-92981-B State versus Danielle Reyna.
Your Honor, the DA's office has agreed to no charge her felony if she enters a plea deal on the misdemeanor, which we do have a plea deal. So if we can get this set for a plea on, I can do the 17th as well.
All right.
Set it that day.
June 17th at 9 o'clock for a plea. Ms. Reyna, your next setting will be in person at the San Patricio County Courthouse. My courtroom is in the basement. That's going to be on June 17th at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Be sure and stay in touch with Ms. Gonzalez, and we'll see you on the 17th.
Okay, thank you.
You're free to log off. Have a nice weekend.
You too, thank you.
Jeremy St. John.
On page 4, Judge.
(23-CR-92312-B State versus Jeremy St. John).
On this case, the DA's office has agreed to no charge it if the felony, if he has a plea deal on the misdemeanor, which we have. So if we can set it for the June 17th for a plea.
All right, June 17th at 9 for a plea. Mr. St. John, thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next court date is June 17th at 9 a.m. That will be in person. San Patricio County Courthouse. My courtroom is in the basement. Thank you, sir, for your appearance this morning. You're free to log off. Have a nice weekend. All right, I show no, that's Mr. Flynn.
And that's all I have, Your Honor. May I be
Okay.
excused?
Yes,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Have a nice weekend.
Too.
All right. Let me look back at my 8:30 docket. Is Mr. Barrera, did I see Mr. Barrera?
His defendant is on right now, Harold Alonso. But I don't see Mr. Barrera, the attorney.
Okay, Mr. Sells, do you have any information on this case 22-CR-89926 State versus Harold Alonso?
I do as soon as I find it. What page is?
He's on page 3 of the docket at the top of page 3.
We have received a lab test on the DWI, but he does have an unindicted felony.
All right, let's see. Is he in the waiting room? I mean, in the courtroom now? Yes. All right, Mr. Alonso, we don't know where we haven't heard from Mr. Barrera. Mr. Sells, who represents the state, has informed the court that you still have an unindicted felony. So as of now, and unless Mr. Barrera requests a different kind of setting, I'm going to set you for an additional felony status on August 16th at 8:30. It will be by Zoom as well. We'll send a setting notice to both you and Mr. Barrera. Thank you for your appearance this morning. You are free to log off. And Riley Gomez is in the courtroom. I believe he's one of Mr. Stolley's clients who didn't appear when Mr. Stolley was with us. Mr. Gomez?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, your court setting was at 8:30 this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you have an additional setting in person on August 8th at 9 o'clock. That will be at the courthouse.
At
Be
9
sure
o'clock?
At 9 o'clock on August 8th. Be sure and stay in contact with Mr. Stolley. We'll send out a setting notice.
All righty.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're free to log off. And then I've got Robert Flynn's clients. I see is it Jilene Ochoa is in the waiting room. Admit her. She's on page 3 of the docket, Mr. Sells.
Unindicted felony drug cases, Your Honor.
Okay. 23-CR-93030-B and 93031-B, State versus Jilene Ochoa. Miss Ochoa, Mr. Flynn is not present, but Mr. Sells with the state has informed the court that your felony case or cases, I don't know, are still unindicted. And so I'm going to give you an additional felony status setting. I'm going to push this one back 1 month to September 27th at 8:30. Ms. Ochoa, did you hear me on all of that? You're muted. Ma'am, you're muted.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to work this. I'm on Wi-Fi right now. I didn't hear what you said.
Okay. Mr. Flynn is not present, but Mr. Sells, who represents the state, informed the court that your felony is still pending. So we're going to set you for an additional Zoom hearing, just like today. It will be September 27th at 8:30. We will send a setting notice out to you. Be sure and stay in contact with Mr. Flynn.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, thank you for your appearance this morning. You're free to log off.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Have a good weekend.
You too.
And then Mr. Flynn has a Thomas Sansom. I don't believe Mr. Sansom has appeared either.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Sells, do you have any information on Mr. Sansom's case?
Unindicted, controlled substance, Your Honor.
Okay. We're gonna mark him as not having appeared, and we're going to give him that same September date, September 27th at 8:30 for felony status. And my docket shows that that takes care of the 8:30 cases. Am I missing anything?
I show Richard Zapata had some unless he was moved.
Okay, let me
I
see.
show page
He was
8.
moved.
He was moved.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. This is Captain Hernandez over at the jail. I
Yes,
believe
sir.
I'm going to be with Daisy Cisneros for this morning with Zapata.
What time is that moved to, Kim?
11:30.
Mr. Zapata requested that those be moved to 11:30.
Okay, we'll have it ready for you.
I appreciate that. Thank
No
you.
problem, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, that concludes our 8:30 docket. I will see you all back at 9:30. It's in 15 minutes.
Judge,
Yes.
we have Mr. Solis present and we have his defendant Roberto Gonzalez present.
Okay, what are you, I don't understand, what are you telling me though?
Yes, ma'am. Because we have Mr. Thomas and Mr. Kettner, and they're still not present along with their clients. I just want to let you know before.
Oh,
you
you're
go
just
forward.
letting me know who's here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Thank you. So are you gonna let Mr. Solias and Mr. Gonzalez in? Are they already in the courtroom?
We're in, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, well, it's 9:30, so Mr. Solias, you have 22-CR-90955 90954 State versus Roberto Gonzalez.
Yes, Your Honor. We have there's a pending felony and we called the DA's office and they still have not indicted it. I was gonna ask for 30 more days and see if they would or wouldn't indict it.
I've been using an August date for my next felony status, August 16th.
That would work, Your Honor.
Okay. It'll say 8:30 and you'll have the option to change that time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Gonzalez.
He's there at my office, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Mr. Gonzalez, then, good morning, sir. Your next court date will be August 16th. It will also be by Zoom. And we'll send out a setting notice, Mr. Solias.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for your appearance today. Have a nice weekend.
Likewise.
Thank you. Okay. So we have, let me call the rest of my 9:30 docket then. 24-CR-93302-B State versus Brandon Ortega.
Judge, I have Mr. Ortega in the courtroom with me.
Okay,
You up and come on up, Mr. Here's Mr. Ortega.
all right. Good morning, Mr. Ortega. Have you heard from Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, ma'am. I talked to him, but I haven't talked to him today.
Okay, is he the one that advised you to appear this morning in the courtroom at 9:30? Did he say anything about he would be online or give you any? Okay. All right, Mr. Sales, do you have any information concerning Mr. Ortega and any pending cases or lab work?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Ortega has an unindicted felony.
All right, then, Mr. Ortega, we are going to set you for an additional felony status on August 16th. Your setting notice is going to say 8:30, but Mr. Gonzalez may request to change that time.
Yes, ma'am.
If you will go upstairs, the county clerk's office is on the first floor. If you'll go up there, they'll have a setting notice for you. If you will sign for that, you'll get your copy that tells you your next court date of August 16th.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you for your appearance this morning, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Is that all?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
I have another one in this court. Am I allowed to come back on Zoom?
Mr. Keeney, are you appearing for Travis Kettner or are you?
I am, Judge. I'm sorry, I was muted. I am. It's for Amber Bullard.
All right, then 22-CR-90746 State versus Amber Bullard.
I
And
still have
she
no
is in the
update.
courtroom.
She was in the waiting room. I don't know if she's in the courtroom or not.
Yes, she's in the courtroom.
Okay. No, still no update on the status of the felony. we've heard nothing. She's not been indicted on the felony at this
Still
point.
unindicted? Okay,
Correct.
then we'll set this for an additional felony status on August 16th.
Thank you, Judge. May we be
Thank you.
excused?
You may. Ms. Buller, the setting will be the same. You'll appear by Zoom on August 16th.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
Thank you,
Mr.
Judge.
Keeney, thanks so much.
Oh, you know why I've got you on the line? I don't know if you got my order on the Candon Serrano case. I know it's not on the docket today, but I submitted an order requesting an extension for time to file in regards to the annual accounting, and that's due today. I just
Okay.
wanted to bring that to your attention, but you do
Let
have
me
an
let me
order. You
write
should
that.
have.
It's probably in, I have a stack of files. What's the name again?
It's the guardianship of Candon Serrano, Serrano.
All
And there
right.
should be an order there requesting that extension, the
Okay.
deadline extension.
I'll
Thank you,
take
Judge.
care of that today. You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Thank
Have
you.
a good weekend.
Bye-bye. You too. Bye-bye.
All right, Mr. Thomas, good morning.
Morning, Judge.
You have Luis Ariano 23-CR-93099-B.
Yes, Your Honor. No indictment at this time. I don't really have any other information to share with the court.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. This is a driving while license suspended or invalid. Is he working on getting
I
his
believe
license or?
we're very close to having that resolved.
Okay,
I think he just needs an occupational license, Your Honor. Once he gets an occupational license, we can dispose of the case.
I think his license is actually about to be reinstated. There was some out-of-state problems that he was dealing with, but I think he's resolved those.
Well, even better.
okay. All right, then how about we set him in person like in August?
Sounds
Does that
good.
work?
Sure.
August 8th? Does that work for you, Mr. Thomas? August 8th?
Yes, Your Honor.
I have 9 and 1:30.
What day is that of the week? I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let's see here.
It's a Thursday.
It's a Thursday.
I would ask for 1:30.
All right. So status of driver's license on August 8th, that will be in person at 1:30. Mr. Ariano, your next court date is August 8th at 1:30. We'll send out a setting notice. And Mr. Thomas, of course, if the license gets taken care of, then y'all show proof of that to Mr. Sells. He'll take care of the case prior to that date and y'all won't have to appear.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good weekend.
You too. Happy
Thanks so
Memorial
much.
Day.
Happy
Bye-bye.
Memorial Day. Thank you. All right. We have the big rush at 8:30 and our 9:30 docket's done. We gotta work that out. We gotta spread these out a little bit better. We'll work on that, Mr. Sells. See you at 10:30.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, it is close enough to 10:30. We're gonna get started with the 10:30 felony status docket. I have Mr. DiCarlo and his client. They are on page 9 of the docket sheet. 22-CR-89984 State versus Jason Lopez. Morning, Mr. DiCarlo.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hello.
What information do you have on Mr. Lopez and his pending cases?
Are you inquiring to me, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't done this. I don't have any information. I haven't done a status update on it.
It was an unindicted felony evading of a vehicle.
He has an unindicted felony evading.
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct. I know that much. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, it's still unindicted.
Yes. And
All right, then what we will do is set it for an additional status. What we do, Mr. DiCarlo, is to prevent y'all from having to come into court. I just set these by Zoom, and then if the case gets indicted, then we give you an in-person setting then to move forward with the misdemeanor.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. It helps my office quite a bit.
Okay, very good. So I have an additional felony status on August 16th. That work for you?
You see, I'm afraid that if I go on my computer that I'll lose you, so I'll go on my cell phone.
Okay.
And August 16th. Yes, Your Honor, I'm available all day. Thank you.
All right. August 16th. Your notice will say 8:30. You may reach out to my office to change that time if you wish to change the time.
Oh, I see. I missed. Okay. Yeah, I see that on this sheet now. I see. So it'll be at 8:30.
It will say 8:30, and then if you wish to change the time, you may do so.
All right, I understand, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Have a nice weekend. Y'all are free to log off.
You too. Thank you.
All right, I see Kim. Let's bring in Raimundo Barbosa. Mr. Lerma did contact my office, and he is dealing with personal matters. So I'm going to take his clients one at a time and let you tell me what the status is on each of those, and then we'll give them an appropriate setting.
Yes, Your Honor.
So Mr. Barbosa is in. 22-CR-89700 State versus Raimundo Barbosa.
Your Honor, James Sells for the state. This is a DWLS case. Mr. Barbosa remains ineligible for a driver's license.
Okay, Mr. Barbosa, Mr. Lerma is not available today. I prefer to set this in person. I'm not sure why I set this for status like this, but I'm gonna set this in person. I don't want to ask Mr. Barbosa any questions about his driver's license without Mr. Lerma here, but Mr. Barbosa, we are going to set your case for August 8th.
August 8th?
Yes, sir, at 9 o'clock. That will be for status of your driver's license. We will send a setting notice to you as well as to Mr. Lerma.
Okay.
August 8th at 9 o'clock. That will be in person at the courthouse in Sinton.
Yes, Your
Oh, there's Mr. Lerma.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Lerma, how are you? I had a note that you weren't going to be here this morning.
I made it.
Okay, hope everything's going all right.
Yes.
Mr. Barbosa is here with us. Mr. Lerma, I had just
given him a status, an in-person status of driver's license on August 8th at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I did check with the DA's office. All that they could tell me was that they don't have a file yet, but that they would be getting soon.
Mr. Barbosa was just a GWLS. So I just thought he wasn't eligible. I thought that was just his status of his driver's license.
Well, he has a, I believe a felony DWI that's pending. But I can certainly get with Mr. Barbosa and see how far along he's come regarding his license and get back to you.
Let's do that. Let's keep that August 8th date. Because as far as the misdemeanor goes, I think the state would just prefer that Mr. Barbosa become a legal driver.
Yeah,
And
sure.
it doesn't affect the felony at all. Okay, August 8th at 9 o'clock, and we will send out a setting notice for that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And then we have Mr. Studeman, John Henry Studeman, 23-CR-92383-B.
Yes, Your Honor. I have the same announcement. Checked with the DA's office. All that they told me is that the case was not indicted, and they couldn't even tell me whether they had the file in the office or not.
All right, so we will set him for felony status on August 16th.
Yes, Your Honor.
It'll say 8:30, and of course, Mr. Lerma, you may change the time.
Thank you.
And then you have Noel Sullivan.
Yes, Your Honor.
That is 23-CR-93036-B. And is it Ms. Sullivan? I don't know if that's oh, there she is. Okay, Ms. Sullivan is present.
Yes, Your Honor. We have the same announcement. Case has not been filed. It's my
All right.
understanding that this misdemeanor will be dismissed as soon as the felony is filed. So,
Okay. Then August 16th at 8:30. Ms. Sullivan, thank you for your appearance this morning. You're free to log off. Your next Zoom hearing will be on August 16th. Thank you, ma'am.
Did I hear it was at 8:30?
They're always set at 8:30, and then if Mr. Lerma chooses to change the time, he has the option to do that, and he'll notify you of any change in the time.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good weekend.
You too.
thank you, Your Honor. I think that's all I have.
It is. Thank you, Mr. Lerma.
Yes, Your Honor. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. You as well. Ms. Graham, good morning. You have Jamie Renner, 22-CR-90348. State versus Jamie Renner.
He's on.
Gosh, there he is.
I'm not sure about the felony status.
All right.
I haven't received any notification.
Unindicted possession of controlled substance.
Okay. That has the same June 19th. I assume June 19th offense date. All right, then. Ms. Graham, we will set this for an additional status on August 16th. The time will say 8:30, and you'll have the option to change that time.
Yes, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Renner, thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next Zoom hearing will be on August 16th. The setting notes will say 8:30, and then if Ms. Graham changes the time, she'll let you know. Thank you, sir. Have a good weekend. You're free to log off. And then Ms. Graham, you also have Jesus Palos 23-CR 92147-B.
That's who's here in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Okay, very good.
I'm not sure about that one either. I don't think it's been indicted.
Your Honor, Mr. Paulos has an unindicted criminal mischief felony.
We'll give it that same August date, August 16th at 8:30. Mr. Palos, if you will
Yes.
go upstairs to the clerk's office on the first floor and sign your setting notice, it's going to say 8:30. Ms. Graham may change that time. If she does, she'll let you know.
Yes, Your Honor. It's gonna be by Zoom.
Yes, just like today.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Your Honor, he has not been able to be in communication with Miss Graham. Is there any way we can possibly set up something for them to talk? He has not spoken with her.
I just need his phone number. If he has a phone.
So Derek, if he will give you his phone number, I don't want to
Yes, ma'am.
broadcast that, then we'll get that to Ms. Graham. Ms. Graham will email you that information.
That's fine, and I can call him later today.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. I think that's all your cases.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
Same to you. Have a nice weekend, everyone.
Thank you. All right. That takes care of our 10:30 docket. Looks like we have Miss Eastwood and Mr. Cavada and Miss Villarreal Gupta at 11:30 and Mr. Zapata. Okay, I will see you all at 11:30. Thank you.
Ma'am, see you then.
All right, we're close enough to 11:30. Miss Eastwood is with us. I've let a couple of her clients into the courtroom while I had. They're not in there anymore. Miss
Judge, also just
Eastwood,
to let you know that Mr. Zapata is here in the courtroom.
thank you. Miss Eastwood, I have 23-CR-92441-B and 23-CR-92442-B, State versus Caitlin Gomez.
Yes, Your Honor. As of today, the case has been received, but it is not yet in the DA's computer. She has a pending felony, state jail felony possession of a controlled substance case.
Okay. Then we'll set her for felony status. Let's do September 27th.
Yes, Your Honor.
It'll say 8:30, and of course, you want to go on and put it for 11:30? You always do 11:30.
Yes, Your Honor. Please, thank you, because usually I have court in the morning, so it makes it easier. I appreciate that.
All right, we're going to go on and set it for 11:30 then. On September 27th, that will be an additional felony status at 11:30. Ms. Gomez, thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next court date will be by Zoom as well. That is on September 27th at 11:30. Be sure and stay in contact with Miss Eastwood.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're free to log off. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
And I have Samantha Bacchus is trying to join. That is cause number 23-CR-91323-B, State versus Samantha Bacchus.
Yes, Your Honor. She's been in contact with me. She has a first degree felony possession or delivery of drugs pending. They've received it, but it's not in the computer yet.
Okay.
It's one of those situations where the felony is not related to the misdemeanor, but because of the degree of the felony, there's an impact.
Okay. And I think I only called one of her cause numbers. She also has 23-CR-91767-B. Well, let's give her that same date then. Felony status, September 27th at 11:30.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And she just texted me that she got kicked out of the site, so I'll let her know.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Very, very good. I saw where she was in the waiting room, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Judge,
with
it shows
that.
she has active warrants also. Is that? on the- I don't-
Yes, and if those warrants are out of my court, then Miss Eastwood, I will sign an order recalling since she did appear today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
File
And
that.
did I see Mr. Brown?
He should be on there.
Yes, I think I saw him. Yes, okay, 22-CR-90834, State versus Randall Scott Brown.
Yes, Your Honor. He has a felony case that's been indicted for evading and a second degree drug case, and he has dates for that. His pre-trial is June 25th, and his jury trial is July 15th.
Okay, so I can set him, I have August 8th. I could set him for an in-person pretrial on August 8th. Do you want 1:30?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, pretrial, August 8th at 1:30. Mr. Brown, thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next court setting will be in person at the San Patricio County Courthouse on August 8th at 1:30. Please stay in contact with Ms. Eastwood. Thank you, Mr. Brown. You are free to log off. Okay, Ms. Eastwood, I think, oh, okay, Jesus Salazar,
you had filed motions for continuance in these cases, with dates for an announcement and a jury trial. So, and I just noticed it today. So, I think my office reached out to you on that.
Yes, Your Honor, I was certainly off on when I had thought it was scheduled and it wasn't, so I had filed regarding, he has a pending state jail felony drug case that has been received but is not yet in the DA's computer.
Okay, we're gonna give him that same felony status date of September 27th at 11:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have you had contact with him?
I have not lately. Let me check real quick to make sure on that, Your Honor. Or I can email the court.
Okay. Let's see if we can't get him to pop on before I end this session.
Yes, I last heard from him. It wasn't that long ago. It was it was only a few days ago, May 16th.
So it may be the confusion over the settings as to why he's not with us today.
Yes, Your Honor. Probably so, but he did reach out, and it hasn't been that long ago. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And that's everything for you, Miss Eastwood. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, Your Honor. You too. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to take care of Mr. Zapata next. He does have a client in jail, Daisy Cisneros.
Yes, Your Honor. Let me get her.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I
No.
support while we're waiting?
Okay. Yes. Let's
Judge,
see.
I did email your court a couple of days ago in cause number S23-3303. Ms. Cisneros was found incompetent to stand trial. That's a felony case that's pending. She's very scattered cognitively, and she may not understand what was going to be communicated to her during this hearing, Judge.
Okay.
She's waiting for a placement at the hospital to attempt to re-establish competency.
So she was found incompetent in her felony case.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well,
Good morning.
good morning. The court's calling cause number 23-CR-91825-B, 91826-B, and 91827-B, State versus Daisy Cisneros. Ms. Cisneros, Mr. Zapata is also present with us in this Zoom hearing, as well as Mr. Sells, the prosecutor. What we're going to do is we're going to reset your case until we have more information on the status of your felony case.
Your Honor, may I address the court?
Yes.
I have a notice of setting on the felony case for a status hearing on July 9th, 2024.
Okay. I've been using for my next felony status, Mr. Zapata, August 16th. I also have September 27th.
Whatever's best for the court, Judge, is fine with me.
Okay. Well, we can do August 16th. Do you want this later time, Mr. Zapata?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
All right, August 16th at 11:30 for felony status.
August 16th.
We'll send you a setting notice, Ms. Cisneros.
Yes, ma'am, it's necessary.
All right. Thank you for your appearance this morning.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Zapata, I have a David Molina.
Yes, Your Honor. He, information from his mom indicates that he's in prison. And I have in the past emailed, I presume I included you in the email that he was in prison. I want to say Garza West, but I don't recall right now. And he's got a felony pending also. And I think I sent on the email that I sent. There it is. Okay, I called the DA's office here on the 22nd, which was 2 days ago, and spoke with Nelda May. She said the felonies ×3 are still pending. And so again, we're going to ask that the misdemeanors be reset so that hopefully we can get done with the felonies first.
Okay. Okay. We'll just put it that August 16th date at 11:30. And that's 23-CR-91205-B State versus David Molina. And then Mr. Zapata, you have Jessica Marie Torres. She's got 4 causes, 22-CR-90494, 90510, 23-CR-91772-B, and 91773-B, State versus Jessica.
Your Honor, Ms. Torres called my office about a week ago. It might have been Monday, I'm not sure, but within the last week. And I was not there. My secretary took a message. She had a new phone number. She had admitted herself again to this hospital, behavioral hospital in the Valley, and she had gotten out. So I was trying to coordinate with her because we have a sentencing hearing for one of her felony cases, S23-3453-CR, for June the 4th. That's the 3rd setting for the sentencing judge. She's been at that behavioral hospital several times. She has a history of being admitted to that behavioral hospital and other facilities. She's got some serious, legitimate mental health issues. And there have not been any issues of competency when I've dealt with her, but she does have legitimate mental health issues.
Okay. She's set for sentencing on June 4th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you think we should do an in-person setting then, or give you one more felony status setting?
Yeah, I'm in her circumstance, Your Honor. I was hoping, and again, I'll deal more with Mr. Sales. We can work something out since she's going to be on felony probation on this one and probably the other ones too, if not, maybe inpatient treatment or so. I don't think we need to wait on her misdemeanors. If the state is going to pursue each of them or all of them, we can just deal with them once we get her to court because it's not going to affect her standing or status with the felonies judge. That's my opinion.
Okay, well then let's I don't know, I don't have my vacation letters or anything. Are you available the first week of July? Of July 1st?
No, I'm out that week. That July 4th
Okay.
week is usually the one I take off.
Okay, I have July 12th.
That'll work, Judge.
All right, July 12th at 9 o'clock. That'll be set for pretrial. All right, Mr. Zapata, is that all your cases?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Let's see here on my docket. I have Mr. George with Samantha Balderas.
Yes, Your Honor, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, Ms. Balderas, I believe, is on, or in the waiting room.
She's in here.
I see her down there at the bottom of my screen.
Yes, sir. She's here.
Okay, The felony that she picked up at the same time as the misdemeanor that's pending has not been indicted. I learned that the grand jury was unable to meet yesterday, and they will be meeting next on June 12th. We have an offer from the state, and we would like to set this for a plea to accept
Okay.
the state's offer. I don't believe it's gonna affect the outcome of her felony.
Okay,
Although we could always hope.
let's see. How does July 1st work for you?
Let's see. Let me get to- That looks good to me, Your Honor.
All right, we'll set this for a plea on July 1st at 9 o'clock. This is cause number 23-CR-91912-B, State versus Samantha Balderas.
Okay, we've got that date and time, Your Honor.
All right, we will send out setting notices. Ms. Balderas, your next setting is in person, the courthouse in Sinton. It'll be July 1st at 9 o'clock. Thank you for your appearance this morning.
Thank you.
You're free to log off. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, Mr. George. Have a nice weekend.
Yes, ma'am, you too.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Villarreal Gupta.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Let's see. I think we're letting there's Jeremy Garcia's being let in. 24-CR-93301-B, State versus Jeremy Garcia. Yeah, he's in.
Michelle Villarreal cooked it for Mr. Garcia, Judge. May I announce?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garcia has a felony out of Wharton County. He does not have a felony out of San Patricio. However, the resolution in the Wharton County case will impact resolution in this case. The state and Mr. Sales did give us an offer that included resolution if the Wharton County felony, if he got treatment. He's not there yet. So while it's not a felony out of San Pat and not connected to this case, I would ask for a reset so that he can dispose of the felony in Wharton.
Do you have any kind of time frame for that?
In talking to my client, they have not given him any settings. I would ask, give us a couple of months. I'm going to try to find out who the lawyer is so that we can try to move that case along.
Okay, then let's set this for an additional felony status then on August 16th. And if there is movement in his case and then you want a different kind of setting, just contact us.
Okay.
Do you want this late time? Do you want the 11:30 time?
Please.
Okay. So on Jeremy Garcia, felony status on August 16th at 11:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Your next court setting is by Zoom as well. It's August 16th at 11:30. We'll send out setting notices. Be sure and stay in contact with Ms. Villarreal Gupta.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you,
Yes,
sir. You're-
Jeremy, I'll call you in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Let's see. Miss Mesa, I see her. 24-CR-93556-B, State versus Renee Mesa.
Your Honor, Michelle Villarreal Cookta for Miss Mesa. It's pending indictment. So it was a recent arrest of February, relatively recent for this county.
Okay. I can give you that August date, or I can push it to September.
August 16th is fine, Judge.
All right. Felony status, August 16th at 11:30. Ms. Mesa, thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next court date is by Zoom as well. It's going to be on August 16th at 11:30. Be sure and stay in contact with Ms. Villarreal Cookta. You're muted.
Hello? Okay,
you
yes,
go.
I understand.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you, ma'am, for your appearance this morning. You are free to log off.
I have nothing further, Judge. May I log off?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Have a
Have
good
a good
weekend.
one.
All
Bye-bye,
right.
y'all.
Mr. Cavada. Let's see. You've got several cases.
Mr. Guerin's loading.
Mr. Guerin is loading. Okay, Mr. Guerin is on page 13. (22-CR-89796) and 89797 and 23-CR-91970-B State versus Stephen Guerin.
Yes, can you hear me there, Judge?
I can, Mr. Cavada.
Okay, my video went out somehow.
That's okay.
Yeah, Mr. Guerin has a jury trial set for July 15th upstairs.
Okay.
So anytime after that, maybe we could resolve.
All right. So how about I have August 8th. Does that work for you, Mr. Cavada?
Say it again, Judge?
August 8th.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you want morning or afternoon?
Afternoon, if you have it.
I do. August 8th for pretrial at 1:30.
Okay.
We'll send out setting notices, Mr. Cavada. Mr. Guerin, I don't know if you're, let's see. Yes. Your cases have been set for pretrial. That will be in person at the San Patricio County Courthouse on August 8th at 1:30. Please stay in contact with Mr. Cavada.
Judge, I have Rolando Alvarado Jr. here in the courtroom.
And
Mr.
let's-
Cavada's client, he's on page 12. The bottom.
Okay.
Two
The
cases.
bottom of page 12, I have two cases. 24-CR-93173-B and 93174-B State versus Rolando Alvarado Jr. Mr. Cavada.
I
There you
don't think
go.
it's been indicted, so I would ask for maybe the August date would, maybe we can figure out what's going on.
Okay. August felony status on August 16th at 11:30.
16th, okay.
August 16th.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Alvarado, thank you for appearing this morning. I'm going to ask that you go to the clerk's office on the first floor to sign your setting notice and get a copy. Your next court hearing will be on August 16th. It will also be by Zoom. If you need to appear in the courtroom, that's okay. We'll have it set up for you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Mr. Cavada, you have Anthony Gaines, 22 CR 89826 and 89827. I don't think we have Mr. Gaines with us.
Okay. I would need I think I would need a reset, for pretrial either August 8th or 16th with, either one of the other cases that we announced. There's no status on the felony.
Okay, so do you want an in-person pretrial setting, or do you want to keep him on the felony status docket?
We can do it on a felony status docket, Judge.
Okay, so that will be the August 16th
Okay.
at 11:30.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Cavada, I think that concludes your cases.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And you have a great holiday weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Cavada. You as well.
Okay.
All right, Mr. DeFreitas. 24-CR-93249-B State versus Alfonso Guevara.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't think there's actually a pending felony on this case. James, are we waiting for blood or breath on this case? Because I don't see that there's any pending felony that I got appointed to.
James, you're muted.
I don't think he heard you.
Mr. Sales, we can't hear you.
Live report.
There we go.
Okay.
Turn it up.
I think we may be having some technical difficulties here.
I don't think I've heard anything about it coming in. If it has, it's pretty new, so we would ask for a little bit of time.
Okay. Okay.
And I think, if I recall correctly, I think this is a February case, so I don't think it's like been
Right.
sitting on the docket forever.
No, it was filed in January. It's not
Okay.
an old case. So let's set this for an additional felony status on August 16th. Do you want this later time, or do you want to?
Later works, Your Honor.
Okay,
Usually.
11:30 then. Mr. Guevara, I don't know if he was still he's having trouble connecting, but he's been in the waiting room. So I'm gonna mark him as having been here. Doug, we'll send out the setting notice, and I know you'll let him know.
Yeah,
about
I had
the
a
time.
364 area code number. I think that comes up to West Virginia or something. I'm not sure that's accurate, but I'll try to get in touch with him.
Okay. All right, and we'll mail out to the address we have on file. And then Tommy Eccles is in the courtroom, 23-CR-93002-B State versus Tommy Eccles.
Yes, Your Honor, that's he does have a pending felony. The misdemeanor is a 23, and I think I don't know that if they're actually related. Let me look up. I know I was appointed at the same time. That case was a 23, the theft, but it's still in pre-file as far as the felony goes. So I'm not entirely certain.
Burglary of a building.
Yeah. So we would ask to continue it to the next setting also. Again, that's also a case I got appointed on at the end of February. So
Okay, so you want another felony status?
if we could, Your Honor, to my knowledge, it has not been indicted.
Okay.
All right, so let's do that same August 16th at 11:30. Mr. Eccles, thank you for your appearance this morning. Your next court setting will be the same. It will be by Zoom on August 16th at 11:30. Be sure and stay in contact with Mr. DeFreitas. All right, you're free to log off. Have a nice weekend. Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
DeFreitas?
I believe that's all I have.
It
Can I be
is.
excused?
Yes, sir. Have a good weekend.
You too. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. I think that concludes our docket. Mr. Sells, do you have any requests for the FTAs?
For those that did not show up in Aedis Capias judgment forfeiture.
Judgment nicer.
Forfeiture, I'm getting there.
It's granted.
Thank you. Whatever it was I asked for.
All right. Mr. Sells, thank you for your patience with these dockets. Have a
Oh,
good weekend.
You too, Your Honor. Thank you. I will see everybody Wednesday. Mr. Gardner or Mr. Luke is going to handle my arraignment docket Tuesday.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Have a nice weekend.